Halo, Assalamualaikum, Dr. Ansar Ibrahim.
Halo, Assalamualaikum peserta International Conference. Cek 1 2.
Cek 1 2. Mbak, dicoba.
Dulu diisi ya.
Kamu loh,
Cek
kembali
1 2.
Ayo kan udah gak ada mulai. Indonesia tidak mengikuti
yang terdiri dari program studi pengembangan masyarakat Islam, program studi manajemen dakwah, program studi komunikasi dan penyiaran Islam, program studi bimbingan konseling Islam, dan program studi pemikiran politik Islam. Yang pertama, Prodi Pengembangan Masyarakat Islam. Prodi PMI merupakan program studi yang bergerak dalam bidang pengembangan dan pemberdayaan yang terdiri dari program studi pengembangan masyarakat Islam, program studi manajemen dakwah, program studi komunikasi dan penyiaran Islam, yang kedua program studi Islam, dan program studi dalam prodi ini mahasiswa dapat mengembangkan ilmu manajemen khususnya di lembaga dakwah. Yang ketiga, Prodi Komunikasi dan Penyiaran Islam, Prodi Pengembangan Masyarakat Islam. Di Prodi PM, mahasiswa dapat menyalurkan skillnya melalui video, foto, yang terdiri dari program studi pengembangan masyarakat Islam, program studi manajemen dakwah, program studi komunikasi dan penyiaran Islam, yang kedua, program studi Islam, dan program studi dalam prodi ini mahasiswa dapat mengembangkan ilmu manajemen khususnya di lembaga dakwah. Yang keempat, program studi bimbingan. Yang ketiga, prodi komunikasi dan yang pertama, mahasiswa BKI ini dibentuk agar memiliki prodi PM mahasiswa dapat bidang dakwah dan penyiaran melalui video, foto, yang terdiri dari program studi pengembangan masyarakat Islam, program studi manajemen dakwah, program studi komunikasi dan yang terakhir, program studi pembelajaran Islam dan program studi dalam merupakan program studi ilmu politik yang berbasis Islam, meliputi yang keempat, program studi konsultan politik dan komunikasi dan yang pertama, mahasiswa BKI ini dibentuk agar memiliki prodi PM mahasiswa di bidang dakwah dan terdiri dari program studi pengembangan masyarakat Islam, program studi manajemen dakwah, program studi komunikasi dan yang terakhir, program studi pembelajaran Islam dan program studi dalam merupakan program studi ilmu politik yang berbasis Islam, meliputi yang keempat,
Cek 1 2 cek cek
Tes cek cek 1 2 3.
Agama Islam Negeri Kudus, Profesor Dr. Haji Abdurrahman Kasdi LC-MSI, represented by Vice Rector Dr. Haji Kisbianto SAG MPD, Dean of Dakwah and Islamic Communication Faculty, Dr. Siti Maleha Dewi SOS MSI, and all of lecturers and staff. Speakers in International Conference of Dakwah and Islamic Communication. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of inayah and hidayah Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, we can be here in this room in healthy condition. Salawat and salam to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that guide us from Jahiliyah to Islamic. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremony. '22, held by Faculty of Dakwah and Islamic Communication, Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kudus. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ozi Stiadi as the master of ceremony. Ceremony. Second, singing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. Third, reading the Holy Quran. Fourth, speech. Fifth, praying. And the last, closing. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue the first agenda. The first agenda is opening ceremony. Let us open this ceremony by saying Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The second agenda, singing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya by Nafiah Ayu Ramadan. Nafiah Ayu Ramadan, time is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit down. The third agenda is reading the Holy Quran by Hasan Hasbala. Hasan Hasbala is student of Dakwah Management Department. Time is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وما لي لا أعبد الذي فطرني وإليه ترجعون. أأتخذ من دونه آلهة إن يردني الرحمن إن يردني الرحمن بضر لا تغن عني شفاعتهم إن يردني الرحمن بضر لا تغن عني شفاعتهم شيئا ولا ينقذون. إذا لفي ضلال مبين. إني آمنت بربكم فاسمعون. قيل ادخل الجنة قال يا ليت قومي يعلمون. قيل ادخل الجنة قال يا ليت قومي يعلمون. بما غفرني ربي وجعلني من المكرمين صدق الله العظيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so much for Hasan Hasbala. The fourth agenda is speech. The first speech from Dean of Da'wah and Islamic Communication Faculty, Dr. Siti Maleha Dewi, SOS MSc. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain amma ba'd. The Honorable Professor Dr. Frans Whitson from Radboud University, Netherlands, respectable Dr. Azhar Ibrahim from National University of Singapore, the Honorable Kiai Haji Ulil Absar Abdallah as head of Lakpesdam PBNU and founder of Ghazalia College, Rector of IAIN Kudus in this occasion, represented by the third Vice Rector Dr. Haji Gispianto MPD, all the presenter of the International Conference of Da'wah and Islamic Communication, or ICODIC, and all attendants, good morning. Alhamdulillah for all the blessing of Allah so that we can attend the conference in a great condition. Salawat and salam may always be upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, our Savior who brought light into the darkness and guide us to this area. I am Dr. Siti Maleha Dewi, SOS MSc, as the Dean of Da'wah and Islamic Communication Faculty. Please allow me to deliver the report of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second program of International Conference of Da'wah and Islamic Communication with the theme Da'wah and Islamic Communication in the Challenge of a Global Society. This conference invites three main speakers. The first, Kiai Haji Ulil Absar Abdallah as head of Lakpesdam PBNU and founder of Ghazalia College from Indonesia. Second, Professor Dr. Frans Whitson from Radboud University from Netherlands, and Dr. Azhar Ibrahim from National University of Singapore. Thanks for your attendance. And ladies and gentlemen, Faculty Da'wah and Islamic Communication IAIN Kudus has 5 departments, namely Islamic Political Talk Department, Da'wah Management Department, Islamic Communication and Broadcasting Department, and Islamic Community Development Department, and Islamic Counseling and Guidance Department. The paper selected in this conference will be reviewed and published at Counseling Religi Journal, Atapsir Journal, Politia Journal, Comdev or Community Development Journal, and other which are not selected will be published in proceeding. there are 47 papers successfully submit into this conference. Congratulations for the presenter of the select paper today. And after the main conference, there will be 5 parallel sessions in this conference. The session will start at 1 p.m. today via offline and online. And I hope that all presenters can deliver their presentation successfully and give benefit to our society in terms as knowledge development. Thank you very much for attending this conference and have a nice joining this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for Dr. Siti Maleha Dewi, SS MSI, Dean of Dakwah and Islamic Communication Faculty. The second speech, please welcome Vice Rector of IAIN Kudus, Dr. Haji Kisbianto SAG MPD. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, assalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa malah amma ba'd. Kiai Ulil Absar Abdallah, Head of Kusdam, PBNU. Dr. Azhar Ibrahim from National University of Singapore. By online, okay. Professor Dr. Van Wiesen from Redbourn University, Netherlands. Welcome to IAIN Kudus. It is IAIN very friendship for all of us, inshallah. Especially Dean of Faculty of Dakwah and Islamic Communication, Dr. Siti Maleha Dewi. And so all Vice Dean and the Chief of Departments and Faculty of Da'wah and all of participants with online or offline, yeah, come here. Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, now we attend the international conference held by Faculty of Da'wah. We know that the speaker is special, very special today. Kiai Ulil Absar, it is our Kiai from Nahdlatul Ulama. And don't worry, Kiai Ulil, we are all Ghazaliyin. We are all Ghazaliyin because Kiai Ulil read Ihya one time in this building. Yeah, in this building. Thank you so much for attending this conference. And so, Professor Van Wiesen from Redbourn University, I certainly thank you so much for Mr. Afnan and Mrs. Zaima support us, the Prof to attend this conference too. We are now that the majority of Indonesian are Muslims, as we know, and Faculty of Dakwah today support us to discuss about the challenges of global society. As a community of Da'wah and Kudus, especially we have two Sunan Kudus, Sheikh Ja'far Sadiq from Palestine, and Sunan muria. This part of the Sunan of the first ulama in early invite us to obey our religion, Islam, and especially in the Java Island. So, as the community of Faculty of Dakwah, all of participants, we have like I said, like a social system as a social capital. For example, here among the Java Islands, we have a special system on Islamic education. We call pesantren and madrasah. It is the special Muslim system in education. I think it is the special social capital to grow our Islamic education. It is one of our challenges 2 days and after. The second one, like in economics, Indonesian Muslim have many bankings, Islamic bankings and finance. We have now BSI, Bank Syariah Indonesia. And then we have two special community among the Muslim scholarship like NU and Muhammadiyah. We call Nahdlatul Ulama. It is like a very big Muslim community, part of in Nusantara in Indonesia and in the world. So Nahdlatul Ulama or Muhammadiyah, maybe it is social, like I call like a social capital for Faculty of Dakwah to grow the Islamic system among education, finance, and banking, and others. So here we gather here together to discuss many challenges to grow our Faculty of Dakwah, and thank you so much for Kiai Ulil Abdallah and Mr. Franz, and so Dr. Ibrahim from Singapore. And now we open this conference by reading Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much. Sukses untuk kita semuanya dalam seminar ini. Sekian, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Vice Rector of IAIN Kudus, Dr. Haji Kisbianto, SAG MPD. The next agenda is praying by Haji Ahmad Sofi Muhyiddin LC MSE. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ayyuha syadat wa sayyidat, qabla an nabda'a hadal barnamij, hayya bina nad'ullah azza wa jal, asa ayyakuna hadal barnamij nafi'an lana, dunyan wa ukhran, ala hadihin niyah wa ala kulli niyatin sholihah. Al-Fatihah. A'udhu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, arrahmanir rahim, maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in, ihdinas siratal mustaqim, siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma ya adima sultan ya qadimal ihsan ya daiman ni'am ya kasirul jud ya wasi'al ata ya khafiyal lutfi ya jamilas sun'i ya khaliman la yajal. Sholli ya rabbi ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim wardu anis sahabati ajma'in. Allahumma ya rabbana bijahi nabiyikal mustafa wa rasulikal murtada iftah qulubana iftah futuhal arifina bihikmatika ya Allah wangsur alaina rahmataka min khazaini rahmatik. Allahumma rzuqna ilman nafi'ah wa fahman nabiyyin wa khifdal mursalin. Allahumma ya rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Al-afu minkum wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for Haji Ahmad Sofi Muhyiddin, LC MSc. The last agenda is closing. Ladies and gentlemen, let us close the ceremony by saying Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. The next agenda. Now we will continue to the seminar that will be guided by Novian Utiha Seli MA. She is a lecturer from Islamic Political Talk Department, Dakwah and Islamic Communication Faculty, IAIN Kudus. She graduated from International Relations Department, University of Gajah Mada. There are many articles written by her. There are about gender, social, and politics. Please welcome our moderator, Novian Utiha Seli. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, Bapak Dr. Aziz Setiadi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in wa ala umuri dunya wa din. Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajmain. Amma ba'du. The Honorable, our main speakers, Professor Dr. Frans Witsen from Radboud University, Netherlands. The Honorable Dr. Azhar Ibrahim from National University of Singapore. The Honorable Kiai Haji Ulil Absar Abdallah as the head of Lakpasdam PBNU and the founder of Ghazalia College. Our rector of IAIN Kudus, which is represented by the third vice rector, Dr. Haji Kisbianti MPD, and all of the presenter of International Conference of Dakwah and Islamic Communication, ICODIC, and all the attendants. Good morning. Okay, first of all, let's all offer our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has showered us with blessings so that we are able to attend this event in a great condition. Salawat and salam may always be upon our greatest prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. May we all among his followers who receive his syafa'at in the hereafter. I am Novian Utiha Seli. As the moderator of this event, it is with great pleasure that I have the chance to accompany our respective speakers today. And I would like also to congratulate all of the presenters to be selected to present their research in prestigious event. Congratulations, please give applause to our presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, in our society today, Muslims face many challenges in every aspect of our life. Talking about Islam globally and locally also comes with different challenges. In the national scope, Muslim is the majority in Indonesia, but this fact also comes with its challenges too. Nationally, Muslim has been fighting against extremism, exclusivism of practicing Islam. Ironically, in the international scope, Muslims face Islamophobia. Most Westerners think of Islam as a religion of terror. Of course, it opposes the truth that we believe in, which is Islam is the religion of peace. And aside from that, there are many more challenges that happen in the world today, such as anarchism, natural disaster, poverty, mental illness, negative use of internet, and many more. Islam that we know, Islam as the Rahmatan lil Alamin, is hoped to offer alternative solution to this problem. Our speakers today will give us insight about the challenges faced by our society. So for the first speaker will be Professor Azhar from Singapore. Yeah. And then, okay, so the first speaker will be Dr. Azhar Ibrahim from National University of Singapore. So we will hear the explanation about Islam in ASEAN. Okay, so Dr. Azhar Ibrahim is from Singapore, and he will deliver some material about dakwah for whom. Before we start to the presentation of Dr. Azhar Ibrahim, let me read a brief of his curriculum vitae. Dr. Azhar Ibrahim is a senior lecturer at the Department of Malay Studies, National University of Singapore, or NUS. As we know, this is the best university in ASEAN, in Asia. He teaches Malay Indonesian literature and ideologies of development at the department. His research interest includes sociology of literature, social theology, Islamic thought, critical literacy, and Malay Indonesian intellectual development. Among his published works are Emancipated Education 2020, Historical Imagination and Cultural Responses to Colonialism and Nationalism, A Critical Malaysian Perspective in 2017, Contemporary Islamic Discourse in the Malay-Indonesian World 2014, and Narrating Presence, Awakening from Cultural Amnesia 2014. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Azhar Ibrahim from National University of Singapore.
All right. Thank you, Sally. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Foremost, friends from the EIN Kudus, for inviting me. Pak Vice Rector, the Dean, Dr. Siti Malaika, and of course our two distinguished speakers. One that I respected most, certainly, Kiai Ulil Absyah. I met him in Jakarta just before COVID. And of course, Professor Franz Whitson. Allow me to share my screen, my PowerPoint slide on the screen. I hope the rest can see this. All right. So this will be the topic that I will share. Da'wah for whom? Foremost, I need to make some qualification here. I'm not someone from the Islamic studies. I would love to learn very much from friends at EIN Kudus, especially with friends and from Kiai Ulil, and many more friends in Java. My topic is Da'wah for whom, very much inspired by a book, a sociology book, which titled Sociology for Whom, written by Alfred Lee McClung, one of the leading American humanist sociologists. I was thinking about, let's sit down and think a little bit on this point, on Da'wah for whom, where I've linked this to the imperatives of dialogue, or the question whether we want dialogue or da'wah, right? Whatever it is, I think these are some of the points that I thought are good to be shared in this conference. I begin with a quotation from Ashgar Ali Engineer, who has written a big share of materials on da'wah or dialogue, and among others, I think he appeals for the need to be tolerant, you need to understand the diversity in living in this global world, the level of understanding of our own tradition, in which the very idea of Tawheed, he says this, that unity and sense of inclusiveness can be promoted only by promoting the spirit of dialogue and spirit of tolerance, which I think this must be the essential core of any da'wah endeavor. It is the real spirit of Tawheed. I mean, you friends in EIN Kudus know better on this point, right? So the point that I want to deliberate here goes like this. Foremost, my premise starts with that the traditional da'wah, repertoire, or the corpus of traditional da'wah, in my reading, is no longer suffice, no longer adequate. The call for the need to become good Muslim, da'wah, in at least in Malay speaking area, it is always deemed as making Muslim better Muslims, practicing correct ritual and affirming the orthodox theological doctrine. I think this kind of definition do no justice to the very meaning of da'wah itself. But we know very well that in the 1970s and 1990s, especially in this part of the world, the Malay-Indonesian world, there was this resurgence of Islam, or what we call the revivalist da'wah movement, right? That insists on conversion of in two sense. One that I mentioned earlier, Muslim becoming better Muslim. So there was this strong drive to so-called convert Muslim to become better Muslim. And the other one is, of course, spreading the message of Islam to non-Muslim, in a very aggressive way, in a very evangelical way. There is a context to it, among others. During that period also there was an intense resurgence of many other universal religions, Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism in this part of the world. So Islam itself, Muslim itself, take leading approach, to get their da'wah business in order. So and of course this da'wah that took root in 1970s, 80s, and even 90s, had that tone of being a very offensive one. If you read the cassette recordings, the pamphlets that have been produced during the 1970s da'wah movement, sometimes it can be very embarrassing for us today, right? Openly, anti-Christian, anti-West, and anti-Jew, anti-everything, as if that the only people in this world that worth to be respected are only Muslims, right? So I think that kind of da'wah, has a very unproductive way in shaping the minds of young Muslims. For the fact that also the da'wah movement of 70s is very much anti-intellectualism, right? With a 2-page pamphlet, they can simply dismiss Western civilization in just 2 paragraphs, right? And I think this is, and it's spread in campus, unfortunately, right? And I think many of us who went through, growing up in the 1970s and 80s, we saw that kind of thing happening. And of course, this strong anti-West also equated with anti-Christian, for some reason or another. All right. Next, I would like to look at that there was also at that period the enthusiasm for comparative religion. Sorry for the spelling mistake there. The interest to read non-Islamic tradition and scriptures in order to dispute against Christian, Hinduism, and so on. Right? They call it comparative religion. Perbandingan agama. Many books that have been produced, but if you look at it, many at times it was actually just to belittle other religions. Right? It's not basically about dialogue. It's just about, I want to know Christianity in order to deconstruct or even to criticize Christianity, or Hinduism or Judaism for that matter. Yeah? And of course, we also come across the favorite motto during that period, Amal Ma'ruf Nahi Munkar, eventually to bring about religious policing, unfortunately. Right? This is a noble Quranic injunction, but unfortunately it becomes religious policing, forcing people, right, in the format that they think that that is the Islamic. Yeah, for example, donning of hijab, observation of prayers, even segregation of spaces between men and women. Yeah, I grew up in campus, my campus in 1990s. Suddenly my class I could even sense. Yeah, and it's anyways it's a secular university. Yeah, but there are some students who think that they become more religious when telling the girls to sit behind. Yeah? And that is very unfortunate that time. Yeah, and those girls who did not, Muslim girls who did not don hijab, will be just ostracized or even given negative comments. So, but then of having highlighted this problem, and I think we need to sit down, right, to do a kind of critical assessment of what the Dawah movement of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. I think we have not done a critical survey of what this Dawah movement have done to the Muslim religious life. Yeah, I take it this religious stand. This got nothing to do with belittling Islam. Yeah, we are talking about a certain strand in the Islamic thought or Islamic practices, this Dawah movement, which is very exclusive and even, if you want to say, fundamentalist. Yeah, but then this call for us to look at the kind of progressive Dawah outlook that we need. A Dawah that has an enunciative act which calls upon good things. Yeah, like say, for example, Islam as Rahmat al-Alamin as a religious, universal religion. But this is thought to say that the only religion is us, then the rest are all aberrant beliefs. Yeah? Dawah as denunciative act, for example, the Dawah calls for talking about or deliberating on issues that are affecting Muslim and in a global scale, corruption, right? Mismanagement of resources, and many more. Discrimination towards minorities, women, and many more. Da'wah as prophetic criticism, and this is if you look at the balance of contemporary religious discourse, be it in Middle East, in Latin America, in Africa, there was this movement called prophetic criticism that have been done. I think our Da'wah as a discourse should also be part of this. Yeah? Da'wah could be balanced between doctrinal exposition and discursive interest. Especially in Malay-speaking areas, the Da'wah is exclusively as doctrinal exposition, but not as discursive parlance. Yeah, for example, talking about the issues in terms of historical, sociological dynamics of Muslim society. Discursive interest has not been part of this Da'wah endeavor. Lastly, Da'wah as affirming the universal message of Islam. From time to time, we come across this, but unfortunately, it becomes very much parochial in its tone. So this is where I want to highlight also, similar to the one that I mentioned earlier, the Da'wah movement in 1970s, 80s, and 90s. But in the 1990s, quite interestingly, the emergence of a cultural Da'wah. It's not political Da'wah, right? It's not doctrinal Da'wah, but a cultural Da'wah in various realms. In literature, in visual art, in performative arts, in music and film. Yeah. But then, the cultural Da'wah takes a very much aggressive posture in my reading, right? In order to sell, to sell its product, and those who could not, be part of them will be deemed as lesser Muslim, or simply trying to undermine Islam, It's a very simplistic. Either you are with us or you're not with us, right? So we can see here, in a way that is there's a kind of creativity among Muslims to do all these things with Islamic things. I see no problem to it. But the exclusivism, I think, is a danger. Like as if that, when you write literature, it's only Islamic literature that matter. Sastra Islam that matter. Other than that, it's not. And then it also happens in visual arts and the rest. And the interreligious dialogue, right, that being pursued, of course, we see some imbalance here. The interreligious dialogue become bashing other religion. It's not interreligious dialogue, right? You are saying that, you know, our religion is better than the rest, yeah? And likes like ideologue like Ahmad Didat, Imran Hossein, you know, all over. You know, you can even you know, at that time it was cassette recorder, right? Cassette and VCR, in fact, during my time. And today you can see this, you know, the books and even YouTube distributed, you know, today. So therefore, here Ashgar Ali in this context called for need to understand the purpose of da'wah. And I think this is an important point to be made here. He said, as far as Islam is concerned, there is no obligation on Muslims to spread one's religion at the cost of peace and mutual goodwill. Peace is more fundamental to Islam than aggressive da'wah. Da'wah is desirable only if it does not lead to loss of peace and harmony. Quran accepts validity of religion preached by all Allah's messengers, and as a Muslim is required not to discriminate between one and another prophets of Allah. Allah has sent thousands of prophets, some of whom have been named in Quran, and many others have not been even named. Right? To recognize and respect other religion based on revelation of Allah, whether mentioned or not mentioned in Quran, is part of Islamic faith. It is truly in keeping with the spirit of dialogue. Right? Of course, we know, you know, the other camp will say, wow, this is, you know, pluralism. You know, pluralism is not part of Islam. It's trying to undermine Islam. You know, the debate going on and on and on. And I'm sure friends at EIN Kudus, yeah, know better on this point. And I think this is a task of a department of a da'wah, right? To bring to light to Muslim what da'wah is all about. Yeah? And he continues about the need conducting interfaith dialogue. We need a proper methodology, right? There should not be any attempt to influence, much less to convert the other. Right? I think there is even, for example, you know, in the cultural arts, in literature, we often find this da'wah literature. You know? At the end of the day, the characters in the work must convert to Islam. If not converted to Islam, then it's not a da'wah work. And I think, you know, in a multicultural, multi-religious society, I think it can be very offensive to others, especially when you keep on saying that only your faith matters and the rest are all going to hell. Right? I think that is, you know, it does no good even for Islam, which always call for Islam as rahmatan lil alamin. So da'wah that call for moderation, we often hear today. There's a current rise of rightist populists that pose great challenge today in many countries. Yeah, in Southeast Asia, in subcontinent India, in Europe, in America. Moderation to counter extremism, exclusivism, and the use of violence in the name of religion. We need that, of course. And of course, the more voices of reforms dominate this. Unfortunately, they are dismissed as moderation only to Western agenda. Right? I think Kia Ulil knows better about this. You know, at one time, everyone who wants to talk for moderation suddenly can be labeled as Islam liberal. Right? Unfortunately. Yeah? And any critics on da'wah? Are there any critics? I'm trying to find credible literature on this. There is yet a revisit in my reading. The critics on overzealous da'wah. Da'wah is part and parcel of our religious injunction, but overzealous da'wah, aggressive da'wah, is one that we should problematize. The problem of narcissistic da'wah, to me, a sense of superiority and exclusivity, must be addressed. Many of the problem of Muslims today are the effect of da'wah fervor that started in 1970s. Today, what we call hijrah in Indonesia is actually the da'wah movement also started in very much earlier in the Malay Peninsula, in Singapore, yeah, in Malay-speaking areas in the 70s, right? And you can see the hijrah phenomenon is not simply a phenomenon today. It is accumulated things from the past decades, yeah? So therefore, in my reading, there is a need to expand the da'wah scope and concern. Da'wah is not just about converting Muslim or even to dismiss other religion. Da'wah should expand the radius of biophilia. I cannot explore this in details, but these are some of the points which I thought important to be highlighted. Expanding the radius of biophilia. What's biophilia? Love of life, right? Reverence of life, which is a very fundamental in the injunction of Islam. criticism against the new liberal order of the day that dehumanizes almost every aspect of life. Strangely, many of the Da'wah movement very silent on capitalism. They can be very anti-Christian and can be anti-West, but they're silent on capitalism, right? So you can see the kind of collusion that they have, ideological collusion. The spiritual crisis of individual and society, that's a real thing. Among others, in Black America, Cornel West mentioned about the growing nihilism that needs to be addressed. Young Muslims are affected by it. What is this? Nihilism is to be understood here as not philosophic doctrine, but that there's no rational grounds for legitimate standard authority. It is far more the lived experience of coping with a life of horrifying meaninglessness, hopelessness, and most important, lovelessness. Young Muslims today are facing with this. Right? If you do some interview or talk to them, the sense of meaninglessness, hopelessness. But then, of course, to the da'wah, well, religion is the antidote, right? Go and convert them, put them where to do, make them do the prayers, make them better Muslim, then all problems will be solved. As if, the problem is so easy. The sense of meaninglessness and hopelessness are real, right? Even in campuses. I dare to say, even in Islamic campuses. And Cornel West assert the fighting result is a numbing detachment from others and self-destructive disposition towards the world. Life is without meaning, hope, and love breeds a cold-hearted, mean-spirited outlook that destroy both the individual and others. And of course, we all concerned about kurang iman, akidah songsang, meninggalkan salat, all those. But we haven't looked into the real problem. So therefore, there is a need to go beyond this moral panic and symbolic identity. A Malaysian scholar, Chandra Muzaffar, have written, just like Asghar Ali Engineer, many points on the content and the spirit of da'wah. And among others, he says that, the preoccupation with identity that many Muslims intellectuals have in recent years given more importance to female hijab than the question of amanah, especially at the levels of leaders among those with authority in whatever sphere of society. Amanah is in fact the defining attributes of Islam. So in other words, we are all very much enthusiastic about instrumental identity, outward identity, not the substantive values that Islam recommends and idealized. So therefore, and this call for the need of progressive emancipative da'wah, a da'wah that call for engagement, that address problems that Muslims are facing today: Islamophobia, racism, gender discrimination, the use of violence, where religion in its altruistic spirit and value paradigm acts as one of the best doses to deal humanity in this era of great destruction. As one, not as the doses. This is important to make a distinction. Well, humanists like Eric Fromm are concerned about human crisis and that requires attention and solution. What more, friends from IAN Kudus, for instance, people of men of women and religion, and he wants us, what kind of man then does our society need in order to function smoothly? Muslim cannot simply claim that Islam is for the universal humanity, nor simply attribute the present problem as the work of conspiracy that aims to undermine Islam. You see, and if you look at many of the da'wah materials, again and again, there is this conspiracy always to undermine Muslim. I think this must be corrected, and I think again, Islamic institution like IAN Kudus can play this role. Da'wah discourse against pathological fanaticism. I will not go into details on this, just to highlight what Eric Fromm has expanded, on the issue of pathological fanaticism. He wrote at length on this point. I will not read all, but the red one I think I should highlight here, that this pathology is a fanatic that is so seductive and hence so dangerous politically because he seems to feel so intensely and so to be so convinced, and they are succeeding in attracting with many counterfeit faith and feeling. And I think, and you correct me if I'm wrong, the aggressive type of da'wah move in this direction. the pathological type that are actually become the bane in our da'wah endeavor. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the need of, just now I mentioned, emancipative da'wah, a da'wah of dialogue, a da'wah of progressiveness, a discursive da'wah then therefore is needed that give direction to Muslim in grappling and adjusting the process of modernization and development. Recognition of inclusivity and plurality. And here the role of Muslim intellectual intelligentsia to affirm this point is important. Gus Dur's idea of a kind of intellectual affiliation, criticizing those who think they are the only possessor of truth. And Gus Dur mentioned this, this point. Hargai pluralitas dengan menganggap mereka yang berada di luar sebagai orang yang sendiri. Kancah intelijen itu milik bersama umat manusia. Tidak bisa Islam mengatakan sumbangannya lebih besar dari yang lain. Tentang kecintaan, kasih sayang, penghargaan yang tulus kepada umat manusia, apapun agama atau keyakinannya pada dasarnya, sama-sama mengabdi kepada manusia. Karena itu tidak bisa kita memenangkan diri sendiri lantas menyalahkan orang lain. This is type of dakwah that I think also that we see today. Ia baru dikatakan intelektual kalau dapat mengutarakan gagasannya dalam kemanusiaan yang sama. Jika masih berpolemik dengan menyebutkan hanya Islam yang paling benar, itu bukan intelektual. Concern semua pihak, sama karena itu kita akan terus mencari common quest. Dan kalau nanti ditanyakan dakwah for whom, and this is what I think I want to conclude, that the dakwah for larger humanity, rahmatan lil alamin, to heal, to mitigate human suffering and many others, for community building and nation building, for educative realms, for discursive realm, for forging peace and harmony. And therefore, in this process, the need to scrutinize the kind of narcissist and belligerent da'wah stance that forcing their chariot models towards others, not just to non-Muslim, but also to other Muslims, which they think less Muslim. And let's look at some other religious tradition here. Rabbi Michael Lerner, who speak a Jew rabbi who wrote on emancipative spirituality. I think these are some of the things that we can learn from the Latin American Catholic tradition, from Protestant American tradition, from the Judaic tradition, and from many other religious traditions on how they conduct their own da'wah. And I think we can learn together, right? On that note, I think that's what I think I should share. Sorry if some of my points are a little bit too aggressive. Dengan itu sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Azhar Ibrahim from National University of Singapore. So if I can conclude that the materials given is about the inclusivity can only be promoted with dialogue. So that is the real, the essence of the material that is given by Dr. Azhar Ibrahim. And the traditional da'wah is no longer suffice. Some of the traditional da'wah meaning here is the unproductive da'wah that inflicts exclusivity, anti-Christ, anti-Western, and etc. And the comparative religion that is used in the 1970s is the sense, in the sense of belittling other religion and practicing force in da'wah by shaming the offender of Islamic practitioner. And then in the 1990s, the sense of da'wah is evolving into cultural da'wah, like in the literature, visual art, and performative art. But still, there is, in the sense of comparative religion. And Dr. Azhar said, and I paraphrase, that recognize and respect other religion based on revelation from Allah is part of Islamic faith. And then there is a need to expand da'wah scope and concern, and the need of progressive emancipative da'wah, and call for discursive da'wah. For intellectual da'wah is da'wah that benefit broad society. Thank you very much, Dr. Azhar Ibrahim. For the next speaker, we have Professor Franz Wichsen. So let me read a brief of his curriculum vitae because it is very long one, 6 pages of curriculum vitae. So Professor Franz Wichsen was born in Maastricht, the Netherlands. The academic education is a PhD in theology from Catholic University of Nijmegen in 1994. Master of Arts in Theology and Pastoral Studies, having the first class honors from University of Theology and Pastoral Studies in 1984, and BA in Theology, also first class honors from Catholic University of Nijmegen 1980. Oh, amazing. Please give applause to Professor Franz Wichsen. The further studies is cultural anthropology from Catholic Higher Institute of Eastern Africa, Nairobi, Kenya in 1985, Advanced Swahili, Danish Volunteer Training Center in Arusha, Tanzania in 1986. For academic position, Professor Franz Wichsen is the director of the Netherlands School of Advanced Studies in Theology and Religion from 2019 to 2022, the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Philosophy, Theology, and Religious Studies in Radboud University, Nijmegen from 2011 to 2019, Domain Panel Theology and Religious Studies in Quality and Relevance in Humanities 2016 to 2022. So now for the awards, Professor Franz Wichsen has received some awards such as Radboud University Nijmegen Research Grant in God, Human and Nature 2019 to 2021, Radboud University Nijmegen Research Grant in Religious Discourse, Social Cohesion and Conflict in 2007 to 2012, and Royal Dutch Academy of Science and Research Grant in Religious Study, Identity and Social Cohesion in Multicultural Society in 25 and to 27. And he is also a member of some professional membership, such as European Society for Intercultural Theology and Interreligious Studies, International Studies for Empirical Studies, and many more. So for Professor Dr. Franz Wichsen, the time is yours to deliver your materials. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, dear participants, Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi. Good morning. Goedemorgen. It is a real pleasure and an honor to be here this morning to share with you some ideas about this very interesting topic, Islamic dawah, communication and the challenges of a global society. And I thank the rector and the organizers for being here this morning, for inviting me. And well, I will do my best to just reflect and to link the key concepts, dawah, communication, and a global society. And I think Dr. Azhar Ibrahim of the National University of Singapore did an excellent job to explain a little bit about dawah. I will go a bit further. I mean, he laid the foundation, and I will try to go one step further. Because the invitation for today, the description of the topic says, I just read what I got from the organizers: the complexity of the problems in the dynamics of Islamic dawah and communication practices require a reformulation of the concepts and practices of dawah and communication related with the development of a global society. Well, that is what I try to do. So a reformulation of the concept of dawah and communication. And once again, I think that Dr. Azhar Ibrahim did a wonderful job in reformulating dawah, showing also the history of the concept. But I will go one step further. And my assumption is that the the real global challenge that we face in our contemporary world is the environmental degradation. It is climate change. And I think that is the global challenge that we face. And when you look from that perspective, I think it's very easy to reformulate dawah and communication. Basically, that's what I'm going to do. First, I will introduce climate change and environmental degradation as a global challenge that really requires global citizens, whether you're Muslim, Catholic, Protestant, or whatever faith you have, or if you don't have a faith, we are all faced as human beings with the same challenge. And we have to do something about it. And that's where dialogue comes in. We have to do it together. And I think from that perspective, you can really reformulate the notion of da'wah. I call it eco da'wah. But that also requires a different understanding of communication. Communication is not giving information. You know, we can talk about climate change and I inform you how bad it is, plastic or greenhouse gas and so on. A very simple understanding, I give you the facts, and then it is up to you whether from a dawah perspective you act or you do not act. So we think that communication is just, I'm the sender, I send a message, it's terrible, and the world is a mess, it's polluted and so on and so on. And then I hope that you act or not. Communication is much more complicated and I will go into that. And my third point is, well, I look at an alternative understanding of communication from a discourse perspective. So basically 3 topics. First is about the global society and the global challenge. And I assume that most of you are aware of it. It is visible around us, plastic, pollution, and so on and so on. So I don't go too deep. Secondly, I will just reflect on my understanding of da'wah. I have a background in mission studies in Catholic tradition, so I'm very familiar with all the issues that Dr. Azhar Ibrahim mentioned, but in my own tradition. And third, I will look at a different understanding of communication from a discursive perspective. I think I have to speak a little bit slower, because maybe not all of you are familiar with English. So, my first topic, this conference is about the challenges of a global society. The challenges of a global society. Well, in my perspective, of course, Dr. Azhar Ibrahim spoke about radicalism, fundamentalism, extremism. Yeah, that is a challenge. That is a challenge. But I think from my perspective, the main challenge that we face nowadays is environmental degradation, climate change, and so on. When I came from Malang yesterday, I saw all the floods entering Kudus and Demak. Is it climate change? We don't know, but we are faced with challenges that we really have to face. Well, Indonesia is a major player in the global issue of climate change. Well, Indonesia is the 4th largest country in the world. Sometimes we forget that in the West and we think Indonesia is far away, a small country. No, of course, Indonesia is a major player in the world, both in terms of causes and solutions, both in causes of solution. It has a population growth of 1.5%. So every year, 4.5 million people more to feed people who produce waste. An economic growth, enormous economic growth, 6%. In Europe, we have maybe less than 1%. Indonesia has a population growth of 6%, enormous. It has a urbanization growth of 4.1%. That means more and more people go to mega cities, Jakarta, Surabaya. 60% of the people in Indonesia live in cities. So so no longer in the countryside. And as an effect, so I mean, Indonesia is one of the economic tigers, something to be proud of, at least from a European perspective, when you have a growth of 6%, oh, that's well done. But of course, you also have some side effects. Indonesia produces 200,000 tons of waste per day. And the waste production per capita per day grew from 0.8 kilogram to 2.1 kilogram per day per person. That's enormous. Indonesia, I mean, if you measure the waste per day per person, a growth from 0.8% to 2.1%, Indonesia is the second biggest producer of waste. Rivers, the rivers in Indonesia belong to the most polluted rivers in the world. Citarum River, for example, now polluted by microplastics, chemicals, metals, antibiotics, and so on and so on and so on. It's a major threat. A major threat. It's deforestation. 80% already lost of its rainforest. Now, as we all know, trees absorb carbon dioxide, and when they grow, they convert it into oxygen. So the forest is the lungs of the world. Now, deforestation is a direct cause of climate change. And you are the second largest rainforest in the world. So if you cut trees, it's not only a problem for Indonesia, it is a problem for the whole world. Well, I can continue. I don't do that. Indonesia is also one of the major players in the world when it comes to climate change negotiations. It was the first OPEC country to sign the Kyoto Protocol, also something to be proud of. It produced the Bali Roadmap, a document that really plays a role until now. It's promised at the G20 leaders meeting in 2009 to reduce plastic waste, by 70% in the year 2025. And at the United Nations conference in New York, as a reaction to the Paris Climate Agreement, your country agreed to reduce deforestation. So many good examples. You see, well, it is a major player in terms of causes. It is also a major player in terms of solutions. Also in the domestic policy, I see many good things happening. The Ministry of Environment promoted environmental education in 250,000 schools. So children are educated about natural disasters and environment education. We have a program of eco-pesantren, eco-mosques, and so on. So there is a growing awareness of, indeed, there is a challenge. There is a global challenge. It needs a global solution. And all of us, Muslim, Catholic, Protestant, atheist, we have a responsibility there. And so I think I move to my second topic. I see da'wah as I reformulated, because that is what we were asked to do, to reformulate the concepts. I reformulate da'wah as eco-da'wah. Now, it is, in my perspective, good that not only the Indonesian government takes its responsibility, but also increasingly faith-based organizations, mentioned already, Nahdlatul Ulama, Muhammadiyah, they take their responsibility, and they have all kinds of programs to face the challenge of climate change. Now, as Dr. Azhar Ibrahim already explained, Dawah originally means strengthening and deepening the faith of Muslims, making Muslims better Muslims, and to help them to live their lives in harmony with Islamic principles. And from my understanding, purity is one of the core values in Islam, purity. But there is a contrast with pollution. How do you combine purity with pollution? There is a gap, there is a mismatch here. And as said, Dr. Azhar Ibrahim said already, there is a tendency among Muslims to see da'wah not as strengthen the faith of Muslims, but to spread the faith to other believers and to see Islam as the best religion or the best civilization in the world. So it became a proselytization, propagation, expansion of Islam. But yeah, as Dr. Azhar Ibrahim said already, that is a too narrow understanding. It is not da'wah or dialogue, but da'wah is dialogue. Da'wah is communication. And once again, when you look at it from the perspective of the ecological challenge, of course you can say extremism or fundamentalism is a threat to the world, as we tend to see it in the West. I refer to the 9/11 happening. So we see in the West, we see Islam as a threat, as a risk. But if you look carefully, how many people are involved in extremism or victim of extremism? Yes, when a bomb attacks in Jakarta or Bali happens, it is terrible. People die, 300 people die. That is terrible. But if you look statistically, there are very few people who are either commit a bomb attack, very few people who really have that kind of radical ideas. And well, not many people are really involved. But we see it immediately, 300 people died. It's world news, it's CNN. But the other threat, you don't see it. We don't see microplastics, but I'm sure if I would measure this water, I would find microplastics, I would find antibiotics, I would find chemicals in this water. This is a risk that we don't see, but all of us are involved. All of us are involved, and we see maybe the risk after 50 or 100 years. So that is the threat, a much bigger threat that we have to face. And yeah, happily, many Islamic organizations are involved in that. Critics in Indonesia say that the faith-based organizations do too little and they are too slow and they are too late. Activists from, not from the Islamic hierarchy, they say, well, religion is, just forget about it. I met many activists in Citarum. They say, well, I said, well, we have to involve Muhammadiyah, we have to involve Nahdlatul Ulama because they can mobilize the masses. And many activists, they say, forget about it, you run into bureaucracy, very complicated lawmaking. That is a challenge, I think, for ICODIC, to overcome those constraints, the bureaucracy, very complicated legislation. So I met many people who are very critical about involving faith-based organizations in ICODIC. Because say, well, too complicated, we have to move forward. We don't have the time to enter into very complicated legislation about what is allowed or what is not allowed and so on. Yet I think faith-based organizations are involved, and as I mentioned already, there are very good programs, eco pesantren, eco mosques, environmental education, and I think from da'wah perspective, it is good to look at da'wah from that perspective of a global challenge that all of us face. And we don't see the risk now, but we will see the risk after 50 or 60 years. And now I come to my third point. When I talk to people about including faith-based organizations in overcoming the global challenges, critics say, well, forget about it, it's too complicated, they are too slow and they do too little. And then some people from the Muslim perspective say, yeah, you know, we have good regulations and we have even fatwa, but there is a lack of socialization. There is a lack of dissemination of the knowledge. And well, I want to reflect a little bit on communication and is it really dissemination? Because we were asked to reflect or to reformulate the notion of da'wah and communication from a global challenge. I think it's more complex. In my view, communication is not giving better information about something. I can give you the statistics about plastic waste if you like, but probably it goes in here and it goes out there, you forget it. And so it is not about information, but in my view, communication is about building relations, building community. That's where the word comes from. Communitas in Latin, communality, building communality, a joint responsibility and a joint feeling that this is our problem. This is not a problem of the government, or this is not a problem of activists. This is a problem for all of us. And the problem here is that when we talk about any issue, but today we talk about, I talk about the global challenge, many people have their own storylines. We see plastic waste. I mean, Afnan and I went to Pasuruan, and you see plastic waste everywhere. You see even plastic waste in Pesantren. Plastic waste in itself is not a problem. I just see plastic. But I can interpret it as a problem or not. Most people say, well, so what? So what? Plastic, okay, that's good. So the fact in socialization is that we all see things happening, we see facts, but we have our own storylines. I mean, we interpret the facts from a certain perspective. So plastic is not a problem in itself. I may see it as a problem from my understanding, but somebody else would say, well, okay, so what? Plastic is good, cheap, it is light, it is affordable, and it's long-lasting. So what's the problem? So we formulate, we reformulate problems from a certain perspective. That means when we talk about climate change, I will come back to the word later, we interpret facts from a certain cognitive frame. It is not a problem in itself. That means ecology is it is a technological issue, although we have good alternatives for plastic, so it is not a technological problem. It is not even an economic problem, but it is also a problem of interpretation and discourse. And communication, communality, communitas, building a community, that requires that our stories come together, that there is a shared story, that yes, indeed, plastic or whatever ecological problem is a joint responsibility. And that means building relationships in multi-sectors, in multi-ministries. You know, one of the problems in Indonesia that I see is that the Indonesian government has many ministries and making laws and regulations, and one against the other, one says this and the other says exactly the opposite. And that is, of course, the problem that we face. One of the examples in the research that Mas Afnan and Zaimatus do is about toll roads. I mean, no, well, you know, we all want to travel, we all want to fly. If we have money, we all have our laptops. We enjoy progress, we enjoy economic growth. As I said already in the beginning, Indonesia has an economic growth of 6%. Well, so in Europe, you are jealous, because how can you create an economic growth like this? We hardly get 1%. But of course, the side effect is that, yeah, we damage nature and we have to balance. But how do we come to that shared responsibility? And one says this, the other says the opposite. So there are skeptics. Say, well, there is no climate change. Huh? Donald Trump, what are you talking about? There is no climate change. There are other people, alarmist. Huh? Al Gore, now we are lost. No solution. Huh? It's not 5 to 12, but it's past 12 already. Huh? And they are realists. Say, okay, we have the brains, so let us look what is technologically possible. So we interpret from different frames. And one of the issues is that when we talk about climate change, or when we talk about any issue, of course, we have a lot of information. We have thousands, 10,000 of articles, scientific reports, and one says this and the other says exactly the opposite. That means we have to select. We have to select information. We cannot read everything. In that selection process, there is already some subjectivity. I look at it from this perspective because I read that article, but my colleague read exactly the opposite article. When we talk about climate or plastic, yeah, some people say, well, plastic is damaging our health. Yeah, there is some scientific evidence for that, and I'll say, well, there is no scientific evidence at all that it damages our health. So we operationalize something. What is the problem? Then we try to operationalize it to do research. Then we have 1,000, 10,000 articles, so we select. And then we read it from our own perspective, and that makes it extremely complicated. So when we talk about communication, communication, it is not simply giving information. What information? What information? And then from what cognitive frame do we interpret that information? And that's where, in my view, Islamic communication comes in. Not simply sending a message to a receiver and hoping that the receiver will do something about it, but it is creating that sense of communality, of community, that we make it a shared responsibility, a common challenge to all of us. I was not sure how much time I have, but 10, 15 more minutes. Okay, then I can do that. Now, when we look at the from a more discourse analytical perspective to global change, there is a huge eco vocabulary. Eco vocabulary. I'm not sure that I mentioned all, but Mas Afnan and Bu Zamatus can mention more. We speak about eco-theology, we speak about eco-Islam, we speak about eco-pesantren, eco-campus, eco-dawah, eco-jihad, eco-sharia, eco-din, eco-mod, and so on and so on. Green Islam, clean Islam, huge for vocabulary in communication. What are we talking about? What do you mean? What is green Islam, or what is clean Islam, or what is eco-Islam? Yeah, that needs a communality. So some speak about small is beautiful. Small is beautiful, back to nature. Others say, well, you know, we need smart solutions. We need green technology to solve this issue. Some say, I think that's the official policy of the Indonesian government, the 3 R's: reduce, reduce and recycle. Others say, no, not reduce, refuse. Refuse. Not reduce plastic, refuse plastic, reject, we don't want this. And we have the alternatives. We have good biodegradable, so not reduce, refuse. That's about discourse. The way I talk about it, you see my emotion. My emotion goes up. That's what happens in communication. It's not only a word. Immediately emotions. I don't want reduce, I want refuse. We can. And that means also worldviews. Some people speak about a global crisis, the crisis of climate change. some people speak about climate change, neutral. Climate change that happened all ages. That is not a recent phenomenon. We have that in throughout the whole humanity, you can say. Although maybe the change is more serious now as we see it. Other people would say a challenge, and the three C's: a crisis, a change, or a challenge. That is also vocabulary. That is also communication. So how do we communicate of that issue? And beyond that are our worldviews. I can be very pessimistic. So, well, you know, lost already. We go to hell. I mean, we cannot do anything about it. There are people who are very optimistic. Say, yes, we can. Barack Obama, yes, we can. Just we have to use our brains better, and or more realist. So when we talk about conservation, nature conservation, or preservation, or protection of nature, from a discourse analytic point of view, these are not words. These are not words. These are worldviews. When I speak about the conservation or protection, or I look at a human being as the Al Khalifa, as the steward of nature, but I put myself above nature, and I give myself the responsibility to protect nature, or to conserve nature. So behind the word is a worldview. Other people would say exactly the opposite. Listen, the nature will protect itself. The nature is much stronger than we are. So we gave up building higher dikes in the Netherlands, although we were very good in building dikes. But we simply gave up. And we said, well, the water won. So give space to the water. We cannot continue technologically to build higher dikes. How far have you go? No, just realize the nature is much stronger. Water is much stronger than we can. So there are various worldviews. It's not only the vocabulary in communication, but it is also the worldview behind. And we have to realize in communicating that it's not clever language, or that is not the package of the message. Reduce, refuse, recycle. There is a worldview behind it, and you have in communication you have to go beyond the words to what is the worldview or the philosophy behind it, and from there you can start that communality, communitas. That is what communication is all about, and it is about building coalitions. Coalitions. You are a Catholic, Protestant, Nahdlatul Ulama, or Muhammadiyah, or whatever. But we have to form a coalition. Forget about our differences. Yes, differences is there, but we have to overcome our differences to collaborate, to form a coalition, to challenge the issue, to overcome the issue that affect all of us. So this is not a type of dawah related to the propagation of faith, to proclamation of Islam, or winning people from my point of view. That is normally dawah. But just sit together and let us see what is our common challenge, and how can we together from our own backgrounds, whether that is Islamic, Muhammadiyah, NU, or whatever, Catholic, Protestant, to So, come to conclusion. We were asked to reformulate and to rethink the concepts of da'wah and communication in a global society, the challenge of a global society. I try to look at the global society from the perspective of the environmental degradation, the global warming as a common challenge. And from that perspective, I look at Dawah as something much broader. It is not about deepening the faith of Muslims. Yes, it is to a certain extent. It is not winning the others for my point of view, but basically it is about the global challenge that we face and the creating the shared responsibility, a communitas to overcome that challenge. And in my view, that is what communication is all about. Thank you for your attendance, and I give the floor back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Franz Wichsen, for the new insight for all of us. So, as Professor Dr. Franz Wichsen said, it has correlation with what Dr. Azhar Ibrahim has already mentioned about biophilia. So, Professor Franz Wichsen noted that there is a real global challenge, which is the environmental degradation, and it calls for the need of eco-dawah. As Indonesia is the major player in the world, and in which 60% of Indonesians live in the cities, whereas every day we make like 200,000 tons waste every day, and like 2.1 kilograms per day per person, and it is the second biggest pollution in the world. And as we know that the microplastic, even now, it exists in the breast milk, so it is very concerning. So, and there is also 80% of deforestation happen in Indonesia. So, when Dawah means the strengthening and deepening faith, making Muslim better Muslim, so it has to be noted that pollution is the opposition of purity that we strive to achieve. And so the next point is the lack of socialization and dissemination that is done by Islamic organization, not only Islamic organization, but and other organization. So what Professor Dr. Wichsen tried to say is we need to go beyond the communication, not just conveying the message, but also building communal and joint responsibility. By sharing responsibility, it means that we need to do our part in share responsibility in doing the eco-dawah by developing green technology and so on, because man as Khalifa, we are supposed to protect and conserve nature. So that is the point of what Professor Dr. Franz Wichsen materials. And now for the third speaker, we have Gus Ulil. Kiai Haji Ulil Absor Abdallah MA. So let me please read a brief of his curriculum vitae. We know very well that he is a very respected practitioner of Dawah in Indonesia. So for education, Gus Ulil studied in Department of Near Eastern Languages and Civilization, or NELC, Harvard University from 2007 to 2009, and graduated from Department of Religion in Boston University, Boston, Massachusetts in 2005 to 2007, achieved 2 BA, first in Faculty of Philosophy from Sekolah Tinggi Filsafat Driyakara, Jakarta, Indonesia in 1994 to 1995, and BA in Faculty of Islamic Law or Sharia in Ma'had Al-Ulum Al-Islamiyah wal Al-Arabiyah in Jakarta, Indonesia, and from Pesantren Mansajul Ulum in Cebolek Pati, Central Java in 1980 to 1987. For professional teaching experience, Gus Ulil is a lecturer on Islamic legal thought in Indonesia at UNUSUIA, or Nahdlatul Ulama Universitas Indonesia, Jakarta from 2018 to now, and the lecturer on Islamic studies at Sekolah Tinggi Teologia, Christian School of Theology in Jakarta, 2015 to 2016, scholar residence in University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan in 2004. Pardon. and occasional teaching assignment as visiting lecturer at various universities in Jakarta, such as Universitas Indonesia and STF Triyakara. Okay, so for the professional non-teaching experience, he is also the head of ICRP, or Indonesian Conference on Religion and Peace Interfaith Dialogue Organization Jakarta from 2015 to present, research director in Freedom Institute, an independent think tank, Jakarta 2010 to 2015, and so on. Well, he also a polyglot in some languages such as Indonesian, Javanese, English, Arabic, and French. So later, maybe in doing the presentation, we would like Gus Ulil to present his presentation in both Indonesian and English, so that our student can also participate in the discussion later, because we ask for a longer question and answer section, so that all the students here and all the participants, presenters, can have much more understanding in this matter. Okay, so please welcome and give applause to Gus Ulil Absar Abdallah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah. Wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man wala amma ba'd. Distinguished guests, professors, lecturers, students, especially to Professor Franz Weiss and Dr. Ibrahim Azhari from Singapore. First of all, I'm very honored to be invited to this conference and speaking to this very interesting conference on the challenge on da'wah in the global society today. Ibu Dekan, is Ibu Dekan still here? Ibu Dekan, thank you very much for extending your invitation to me. And I will be speaking in 2 languages spontaneously, so that our student here can participate in the conversation today here. Saya akan bicara dalam 2 bahasa sekaligus. The topic that I want to be speaking today is about the shift in the dakwah activities and movement in Indonesia today. Saya akan bicara mengenai soal perubahan di dalam model dakwah sekarang ini di Indonesia. And I'm going to speak about this topic largely from my personal experience, especially I'm also as the moderator said, I'm also the practitioner of da'wah. I'm not only, a scholar reading and observing from a distance the da'wah movement in Indonesia. I'm also a practitioner. Jadi saya akan berbicara mengenai soal perubahan orientasi dakwah ini dari sudut pengalaman pribadi saya. Saya tidak hanya seorang sarjana yang mengamati dari kejauhan, tetapi juga saya adalah praktisi atau orang yang terlibat juga dalam dakwah ini. As you may know that for 5 years, over last 5 years, I've been active in lecturing online on the Sufi texts written by a great scholar from 10th century, Al-Ghazali, lecturing on his important book entitled or called Ihya Ulumuddin. Seperti Anda tahu, saya selama 5 tahun terakhir ini sudah terlibat di dalam melakukan kegiatan dakwah dalam bentuk ceramah atau kuliah online mengenai kitab Ihya Ulumuddin ya. So this is a new experience for me in dakwah activity. Ini adalah kegiatan dakwah saya yang sangat menarik, and I am going to be sharing with you my experience and as a practitioner of dakwah, and also as a scholar who observe the shift, the change in the dakwah orientation in Indonesia over last 10, 15 or 20 years ya. Jadi saya akan mencoba untuk menerangkan mengenai soal perubahan orientasi dakwah di Indonesia selama 10, 15 atau 20, 30 tahun terakhir ini. So this is the topic I'm going to speak about, the shift in dakwah orientation in Indonesia ya. So in general, secara umum, in general, there is a trend. There is a trend toward the shifting of da'wah orientation in Indonesia over the last 20 or 30 years. Yeah, and this shift is marked or is manifesting in the departure from the old type of da'wah that we might see in 60s, 70s or 80s toward a new type of da'wah that we see these days. Yeah. So in the past, the da'wah in largely in Indonesian community, in Muslim community, the da'wah was oriented toward, let's say, proselytizing Islam or proselytizing other people into converting to Islam. Now the da'wah is shifting. The da'wah is no longer a proselytizing activity. Da'wah as a type of activity that aim to convert people to, as Dr. Azhari said in his presentation, to bring Muslim from average Muslim to being a better Muslim. That was the orientation of the dakwah in the past. Jadi dulunya memang dakwah itu orientasinya adalah untuk proselitisasi. Dakwah itu adalah proselytizing, yaitu dakwah yang orientasinya adalah untuk membuat orang yang belum Islam masuk ke Islam, atau orang yang Islamnya belum baik menjadi baik. So that was the orientation of the da'wah in the past. And this type of the da'wah, let's say the old da'wah, this is the old type of the da'wah, is still there. Jadi dakwah yang model lama ini masih berjalan sampai sekarang ini. You may see that in many, in many Muslim communities today. But alongside this old type of the da'wah, we see a different type of da'wah. Let's say the new da'wah. Jadi bersamaan dengan dakwah model lama ini, sekarang kita melihat model dakwah baru. And I think this new da'wah is more inclusive, is more dialogical. Is more, it's no longer oriented toward converting people, but da'wah as the literal meaning of the da'wah, as invitation. Jadi dakwah model baru ini dakwah yang seperti makna dari kata dakwah itu sendiri. Kata dakwah, I think this is very interesting, Professor Wysen. Yeah, that's the dakwah in Arabic is or means invitation. Dakwah itu secara harafiah maknanya adalah mengajak sebetulnya. I'm not sure if preaching is a good translation of dakwah in English, yeah, because normally the dakwah in English is translated as preaching activity, or even as proselytizing activity. I'm not sure if this is a correct translation of the dakwah in the true sense of this word ya. Saya tidak yakin apakah istilah dakwah ini lebih tepat diterjemahkan sebagai preaching dalam bahasa Inggris. Karena dakwah di dalam bahasa Arab itu maknanya adalah mengundang. Makanya istilah dakwah ini artinya sebetulnya lebih simpatik. Karena dakwah artinya adalah to invite people. As if you are having a guest and you invite the guest into your house. So that's the dakwah. Dakwah is not attacking other people's faith or or seeing other faith as deviant or as kafir, as unbelievers, but da'wah is inviting people with a sympathetic method, inviting people to come to your house and have a food with you. Dakwah adalah mengundang orang untuk masuk ke rumah Anda untuk makan bareng-bareng. Nah, itu dakwah sebetulnya. Maknanya adalah sebetulnya undangan untuk bercakap-cakap bersama-sama dan untuk berdiskusi. So dakwah is actually is, I mean, if you refer to its original meaning, it's not proselytizing. Of course, the proselytizing component is very important in da'wah. You cannot deny that component, of course, yeah. But the da'wah itself is meant in its original meaning as invitation others to come to your house and then have a food, have a conversation and so forth. And not imposing your faith on others. Jadi dakwah itu sebetulnya maknanya sebetulnya bukan memaksakan kepercayaan kita kepada orang lain yang berbeda dengan kita. And that is the dakwah done by the Wali Songo, the 9 saints who preach or who bring Islam to Java and to Javanese people. Jadi kalau Anda lihat dakwahnya Wali Songo, itu adalah dakwah dalam pengertian invitation itu, dalam pengertian mengundang orang itu. And that's explain why Islam spread so easily among the Javanese people, because the methodology of da'wah that was practiced by the 9 saints, the Wali Songo, wasn't attacking other people or Javanese people faith, but inviting people, Javanese people, to the new house called Islam, with a sympathetic method, Karena yang dilakukan oleh para Wali Songo dulu sebetulnya bukan menyerang kepercayaan orang Jawa, tetapi mengundang orang Jawa untuk datang ke rumah baru yang namanya Islam. And I think the best example is the example that is shown by a great saint from here, from Kudus, Sunan Kudus. So Sunan Kudus is so prominent in his dawah by setting a very good example. And that example was that Sunan Kudus, as you may know better than me, especially Kiai Aslim, he's Kiai, my friend from Kudus. Terima kasih sudah hadir di sini Pak Aslim. So if you look at the Sunan Kudus method of dawah, is very interesting. He taught to the people here not to consume, not to eat a beef meat. Sunan Kudus itu mengajarkan kepada orang-orang Islam di sini untuk tidak memakan daging sapi. So I think this is a very interesting dakwah approach, that Sunan Kudus taught to the Javanese people here not to consume a beef meat out of respect to the local, to the people here who at the time were largely or predominantly Hindus, and Hindus people do not consume beef. So out of this respect for other people's faith, Sunan Kudus taught to the people here not to eat beef meat. Jadi Sunan Kudus mengajarkan agar umat Islam di sini tidak mengkonsumsi daging sapi sebagai penghargaan untuk atau terhadap kepercayaan orang Jawa pada saat itu yang sebagian besar masih beragama Hindu. And then the question arises, some people might ask, whether this policy, this teaching of Sunan Kudus contradict or not Islamic, Islamic rule on dietary. Sebagian orang mungkin akan mempertanyakan, apakah Sunan Kudus ini membuat hukum yang berlawanan dengan hukum halal haram dalam Islam? Because beef is allowed to Muslim to eat. So by prohibiting Muslim from around here not to eat beef, isn't this a contravention or contradiction to the Islamic dietary law? And this is wrong, a mistake. Apakah dengan mengharamkan daging sapi seperti ini, apakah Sunan Kudus tidak melanggar hukum halal haram dalam Islam? Of course, you can debate about this, but my view on this issue is that Sunan Kudus did a right thing, did a proper thing, because he adopt a good policy, a good approach in dawah by not attacking the Javanese people faith or Javanese people tradition. Saya menganggap bahwa keputusan Sunan Kudus ini bagi saya itu adalah keputusan yang tepat. And this is I think the core approach of da'wah practiced by our ulama, our scholars, our preachers of Islam in this land in the past, Dan inilah sebetulnya dasar dari ajaran atau pendekatan dakwah yang dipraktekkan oleh para pendahulu, para wali dan para ulama di tanah ini. So back to the topic I'm speaking about the shift in dakwah. Kembali kepada tadi itu perubahan orientasi dakwah. As I said to you that there is a shift in dakwah. There is a change in the dakwah approach among the Muslim here. Ada perubahan di dalam orientasi dakwah yang dulunya model lama adalah dakwah yang orientasinya adalah converting dakwah yang bertujuan untuk membuat orang ini dari semula tidak Islam menjadi Islam atau semula orang yang kurang Islam menjadi Islam. Sekarang ada model dakwah yang baru. So now there emerge a new type of dakwah. And this new da'wah is more inclusive, more dialogical, more tolerant toward others. And then the question is, how did this new da'wah type come about? Bagaimana munculnya? Kenapa dakwah baru ini muncul? And I think there are different factors. And one of the important factors in this shift of da'wah is, I can say, the role played by the so-called pembaharu Muslim. So the pembaharuan movement that we see in Indonesia, the pembaharuan movement that started in 70s until today, this pembaharuan movement had a very important contribution in the shift. Jadi gerakan pembaharuan pemikiran Islam yang bermula dari tahun 70-an sampai sekarang ini masih terus berlanjut Gerakan pembaharuan ini sebetulnya punya peran yang besar di dalam perubahan orientasi dakwah ini. How? Kenapa? Dan bagaimana? I think the pembaharuan movement had a very important contribution in criticizing the old type of the dakwah. Gerakan pembaharuan ini salah satu tema yang diangkat adalah mengkritik model dakwah lama. I still remember because I grew up in pesantren in 80s and I grew up reading some new literature on pembaharuan movement and also on dakwah movement in 80s and 90s. Saya itu besar di pesantren tahun 80-an. Dan saya masih ingat pada tahun 80-an itu salah satu tema yang menjadi pembicaraan adalah pendekatan dakwah ini. And the big question was back then whether the dakwah is or should be oriented toward converting people, or the dakwah is just simply inviting people to learn about the beauty of Islam. Jadi tema pada saat itu yang menurut saya penting adalah tema tentang apakah tujuan dakwah itu. Ini saya masih ingat tahun 80-an itu salah satu debat yang berlangsung di kalangan para sarjana muslim di IAIN, di tempat-tempat yang lain adalah apa tujuan dakwah ini? Apakah tujuan dakwah itu untuk mengislamkan orang saja, atau dakwah punya tujuan yang lebih besar daripada itu? Nah, pertanyaan ini itu sebetulnya mengandung kritik sebetulnya terhadap model dakwah lama. Dulunya dakwah itu memang ya itu, proselitisasi, ya, yaitu mengislamkan orang. Nah, dakwah model baru itu ingin meninggalkan model ini. Jadi dakwah itu lebih bertujuan untuk sebetulnya tidak membuat orang yang non-muslim menjadi muslim, atau membuat orang yang kurang Islam menjadi Islam, tetapi dakwah yang lebih baru ini tujuannya lebih banyak sebetulnya untuk menampilkan keindahan Islam, ya. Dan kedua adalah untuk melakukan dialog dengan kelompok-kelompok yang berbeda. Jadi and this new orientation of dakwah I think is very interesting. If you see kalau Anda lihat misalnya, if you see the dakwah practice by scholars or kiai or ulama like Habib Syekh misalnya, the dakwah by Habib Syekh, Syekh Hermania, ya sekarang ada Syekh Hermania. If you look at the dakwah practiced by Habib Syekh, it is very interesting. First of all, this dakwah is not based on lectures, on ceramah. The dakwah is based on more artistic form. Dakwah Habib Syekh itu lebih didasarkan kepada kesenian, kebudayaan sebetulnya. Dan dakwahnya Habib Syekh itu, saya kemarin baru ikut selawatan Habib Syekh di haulnya Kiai Nur Iskandar As-Siddiqiyah Kebun Jeruk. So I attended this celebration of the haul of Kiai Nur Iskandar As-Siddiqiyah, the founder of one of the biggest pesantren in Jakarta area, and I saw this performance of Habib Syekh reciting salawat in front of thousands of people, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's art, yeah. And nothing in this da'wah, attacks other people's faith. And the message that always reiterated and said by Habib Syekh in every salawat performance is that you have to respect the diversity of cultures in society, and Islam should be friendly to the local cultures. And this is always the message that is reiterated by Habib Syekh. Selalu pesan yang ditekankan oleh Habib Syekh di dalam ceramah-ceramahnya, karena kan kalau selawat, di tengah-tengah selawat ada ceramahnya walaupun sedikit, ya. Selalu beliau mengatakan bahwa dakwah itu harus menghargai kebudayaan lokal, harus menghargai perbedaan, dan merawat keragaman Indonesia. I think this is a new dakwah, a new type of dakwah, ya. So I cannot talk too much about this because it needs more elaboration. But I think the da'wah now has been shifting from old type of the da'wah to the new da'wah, and pembaharuan movement has a very important role in this shift. And also I think one of the contribution of the reason why the da'wah shifted today is because Muslim scholars are now exposed to different approaches to Islamic studies. Salah satu perubahan orientasi dakwah ini dimungkinkan antara lain karena sarjana Islam sekarang ini belajar mengenai berbagai pendekatan dalam Islam. So in the past there was only one approach to a single approach to Islamic studies, and that was a traditional approach to Islamic studies. Pada zaman dulunya kajian Islam itu hanya kajian tradisional saja, kajian model pesantren. Sekarang kita menyaksikan model-model baru, pendekatan baru dalam studi Islam. Itu membuat orientasi dakwah juga berubah sekarang ini. Dan saya kira walaupun saya tidak tahu persis, tapi saya kira apa yang terjadi dalam fakultas dakwah di berbagai IAIN dan UIN Indonesia itu adalah juga mengarah kepada perubahan model dakwah ini. Yang diajarkan sekarang ini bukan dakwah seperti para misionaris Kristen pada zaman dulu, ya. Anda tahu bahwa misionaris Kristen zaman dulu itu juga sama. Orientasinya sama dengan misionaris Islam, yaitu membuat orang pribumi kafir itu tanda kutip menjadi Kristen. Ya. I know that Pak Franz is also, an expert on mission and studied mission. And Pak Franz know better that Christian mission in the past was oriented toward converting the heathen, the pagan, the pribumi who are not following Jesus Christ, bring them to the truth of the Christ. That was the mission, the orientation of the mission in the past. European mission in the past was oriented toward this. Sama saja dulu orientasi misi Eropa, kegiatan zending Eropa, itu tujuannya adalah juga untuk mengkristenkan orang pribumi yang kafir ini. Karena orang pribumi di mata orang Kristen dulu itu juga kafir. Kalian tuh kafir semua itu. Kafir dalam pandangan Kristen tentunya ya. You are heathen, pagan, a polytheist ya. And the mission of the Christianity was to bring this heathen people into Christianity. But now it's shifting. Now the Christian mission is also shifting. Sekarang juga ada perubahan orientasi di dalam misi Kristen ini. Jadi kalau ada orang sekarang ini berbicara mengenai kristenisasi itu agak kurang pas karena sebetulnya di dalam Kristen sekarang itu juga ada perubahan, ada kritik terhadap model misi yang lama. So if you talk, some Muslims still keep talking about Christianization today, as if there is nothing shifting in Christian mission. Ada beberapa orang yang masih bicara soal kristenisasi. Dulu salah satu kelompok yang suka bicara mengenai soal kristenisasi itu adalah kelompok DDII atau DDI. Dewan Dakwah Islamiyah Indonesia, itu bicara mengenai soal kristenisasi sebagai ancaman, ya. Seolah-olah tidak ada perubahan di dalam orientasi misi dalam Kristen itu. Now it's shifting, ya, it's shifting. So now we are moving toward a new type of mission, toward a new type of da'wah. And I think this is a good progress, a good development in the mission or in the da'wah activities. And we should promote this new type of the da'wah. Dan saya kira kalau kita mau mengembangkan Islam yang lebih rahmatan lil alamin pada masa depan, model dakwah yang baru, yang lebih inklusif, dan pendekatannya lebih beragam ini, menurut saya jauh lebih tepat itu. Saya kira itu yang bisa saya sampaikan, semoga bermanfaat. Saya tidak bisa berbicara banyak karena masih ada paper-paper yang akan dipresentasikan hari ini. Semoga konferensi Fakultas Dakwah IAIN Kudus ini membawa hasil-hasil yang bermanfaat untuk pengembangan dakwah di masa depan. Sekian, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Gus Ulil. So the material given by Gus Ulil is about the shifting in dawah orientation in Indonesia. So it's based on his own experience lecturing about Kitab Ihya Ulumuddin by Al-Ghazali, and he noticed that there is a trend of shifting in dakwah in Indonesia from the old type, which is focusing on proselytizing, into the new type. Nah, the new type of dakwah is to bring the real meaning of dakwah, which is invitation, which based on sympathical. So it is not imposing the faith on others rather than giving invitation for others, as done by 9 saints or 9 sunan Wali Songo, not attacking faith but dakwah to invite people. So in my opinion, me as a lecturer of politics, so it is a right step too, because as we know, when we are attacked, our faith is attacked, we tend to defend our faith, all right? So the more we attack other people's faith, the more defending we become. the more of the defender we become, so that this given is most likely to be ditolak. So the pembaharuan movement arose from the question of the goal of dakwah in Indonesia. So now there are some figure that giving good example of pembaruan movement, such as Habib Syekh with his performative art and other type of dakwah which is more sympathical. So it is hoped that this kind of new form of dakwah can be developed in Indonesia. Thank you so much for the presentation, all of our respective speakers. Now we come to our next session, which is question and answer. Okay, so for all of the audiences who has some questions for the speaker, please raise your hand and please ask the question. Don't worry, if you want to use bahasa, it is also okay. And oh yeah, before I forget, there is a message from Dr. Azhar. Dr. Azhar apologized because he has to leave early, as he has to attend his class at 12:30 p.m. So now, please feel free to ask question to our speakers here. Is there any question? All right. So we have three questions here from my colleagues. So maybe first, ladies first ya, Pak, Bapak-bapak. Okay, so Bu Umi, please. Question.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
It's a great experience to attend this conference because so many insight we have from the speakers. I'm Umi Kodarsasi. I'd like to ask about how to reform or to rebuild the dakwah, especially in grassroots level or in the village. As long as my experience in the village, the material of dakwah is tend to stagnation. There is stagnation and then there is repetition. For example, during Ramadan month, the dakwah material is always about, for example, what is prohibited things from the people who do fasting, for example, like that. But in the other hand, we have to catch up with the rapidly changes of the world and the challenge of global society, like climate change, and then like wars, poverty, and so many issues in the global society. What is the how to reform the dakwah, especially in grassroots level? Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I have just been informed that there is also a question in the Zoom meeting session. Okay, so the first question is from Bu Umi Kodarsasi on how to rebuild dakwah in grassroots level. And then second question maybe from Pak Hasan first, and then followed by Bu Primi and the other question. Okay, please Pak Hasan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Actually, this is not a question, but this is my perspective, my argument to Prof. Franz and Dr. Ibrahim. But Dr. Ibrahim, I see leaving this forum. But okay, it's no problem. Dr. Azhar said in his presentation that Dawah Islam can anti-Christian, maybe anti-gender equality, but until now, Dawah Islam cannot anti-capitalism. This is very interesting statement, I think. And at the same time, Prof. Franz also mentioned that the challenge, or a global challenge in the contemporary world right now is about environmental challenge. Yeah, for example, deforestation and also climate change and so forth. Yeah. I try to quote the critical political economists that trying to connect the problem of the environmental challenge right now cannot be separated from the global neoliberal agenda. Why don't Prof. Franz firmly say that actually the real problem of the environmental challenge right now is clearly supported by global neoliberalist agenda? I want Prof. Franz to respond my statement. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Hasan. Maybe now from the Zoom meeting we have Bu Primi. Okay, so the question from Bu Primi is to Gus Ulil, if Dakwah now has to adapt to the times, there will tend to be a banalization, and how do we avoid it? Okay, and one more question, Aisif. Okay, yes. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask for me. I'm sorry, I can language English. Introduce me Astuti Rahayu. I'm from study counseling guidance. Okay, and advance thank you very much speaker Prof. Dr. Franz for Belanda, Dr. Ajar for Singapore, K. Haji Ulil Absar, Head of Lek Pesdam PBNU. I have any question I want to ask for today, and I perspective and point of view for counseling. And the first, how is the condition of dakwah and counseling in Singapore and the Netherlands after COVID-19? And the second, how the Netherlands and Singapore prepare and carry out dakwah with a combination of counseling in society 5.0. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, terima kasih, banyak inspirasi yang kami dapatkan dari para narasumber, ya, especially Pak Kiai Ulil Absor, Prof. Fran, dan juga Mr. Ibrahim, ya, terutama banyak terminologi baru, ya. Tadi Gus Ulil menyampaikan pengalaman dakwahnya juga. Saya kira 80-an memang terkesan dakwah cenderung converting Islam, ya, cenderung bagaimana memasukkan atau bisa dibilang adalah Islamisasi Jawa, Islamisasi atau Jawanisasi Salam. Tapi itu saya kira beda dengan ketika Wali Songo, ya. Wali Songo saya kira sama-sama mengajak, tapi problemnya adalah cultural, ya. Tadi ada istilah yang disampaikan oleh Prof. Ibrahim, ya, tentang cultural dakwah, ya. Sebenarnya ini kan sudah dilakukan oleh era Wali Songo, ya, pendidikan dakwah yang dilakukan secara dengan pendekatan kultural, cultural approach, ya. Kemudian tadi Kiai Ulil juga menyampaikan sejak zaman Wali Songo pun dakwah damai sudah dilakukan, tapi pergeseran itu terjadi. Nah, yang menjadi persoalan adalah sebenarnya apa, ya, faktor-faktor pergeseran itu bisa terjadi, karena ketika saya S1 itu 90-an, ya, 94 itu sudah mulai sebenarnya terminologi transformatif dakwah, the term of dakwah transformatif, seperti ada apa namanya tauhid sosialnya Romo Kiai Haji Aliyafi, kemudian nuansa fikih sosial, sebenarnya kan itu the continuity of dakwah dari Wali Songo. Nah, yang menjadi persoalan kemudian tadi Prof. Ibrahim ada terminologi tentang patologi, ya, patologi diskursif atau patologi teologi mungkin, ya. Ini patologi teologi kalau dihubungkan dengan apa, ya, terminologinya tadi disampaikan oleh Pak Fran, ya, the terminology of practical theology, ya. Apakah can you apa, ya, explain in term of practical theology, is there in two phase maybe pathology theology and maybe peace theology, maybe if we talk about pathology is the problem of social, maybe, yeah, the problem of social. So I hope Prof. Fran give explanation relating practical theology in responding the pathology ya, patologi teologi dalam konteks ini. Lalu yang tadi saya sampaikan ke Pak ini ya Pak Kiai Ulil ya, mohon disampaikan supaya kita bisa menjadi apa ya, bisa menemukan sebuah pembendung terkait dengan model dakwah, pergeseran dakwah atau dalam bahasa tadi shifting dakwah itu problem teknologi informasi di satu sisi atau mungkin ada faktor-faktor lain gitu. Karena tahun 80-an itu 80-an transnasional tuh sepertinya belum muncul ya ketika saya S1 itu. 94, 9 itu masih transforming Islam itu masih sangat dominan, Islam sosial, nuansa fikih sosial, tauhid sosial dan seterusnya. Saya kira itu, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Sorry, we cannot hear the audio.
Indeed, there is a gap between our thinking. We can be very liberal or moderate or whatever, progressive. But yeah, that is our thought. As liberal or progressive theologian, people in grassroots, of course, they continue what we taught them a long time ago. But on the other hand, to make it more practical, practical theology, I really think that if you, not big theories about liberal theology or whatever, but if you really face the challenges in grassroots community, let's just give the example that I gave. Floods everywhere, plastic everywhere. Nobody likes it, whether you are radical or Muslim, Christian, liberal or Orthodox. I mean, this is a very practical issue. And you can say, okay, we can talk about Islam or we can talk about progressive or moderate or whatever. We can also say, okay, we all have our opinions, but let us first create an atmosphere where it is pleasant to live, without flood, without plastic. And really, I think that when you face everyday life issues, our differences in worldviews, of course, they will not disappear immediately, but they will be softened, because these are the real issues that people face. So, well, I think, yeah, just be practical, address people everyday lives, and then, well, these ideas will not change overnight, but slowly they will understand each other better. At least that's what I believe. Well, the second question, or that was a remark, I think I can talk for weeks about it. Let me give 2 examples. I see your point, sure. But let me just give 1 example. Things are changing in Europe, in the whole world. What made me convinced, I'm optimistic, that's my worldview. I spoke about communication. The market is changing. That is because of lawmaking, first of all, but also because civil society organizations no longer accept the things as they are. Let me give 1 example. River Rhine in Europe, was one of the most polluted rivers in the world. Yeah, heavily polluted. There was a serious accident in Switzerland in the chemical industry, Sandoz industry. There was a fire, and then the fire water mixed with the water, fish died and so on. And then people, you, me, just ordinary people said, we don't accept this any longer. We have to change. But change, you cannot look, oh, it's the industry. And the industry said, no, it's the government. And then the government says, no, the people, you know? We blame each other. But if we make it a common problem, you know, River Rhine does not belong to you, it does not belong to me, it does not belong to the government, it does not belong to the industry. The river belongs to all of us. It is our problem. Just check the internet. The River Rhine project was very successful, very successful. It's clean now because the policymakers were able to say, okay, we have to involve civil society organizations. We have to involve governments at provincial level, national level, international level, municipality level. We have to involve entrepreneurs. We have to involve civil society organizations. And yes, that is a long-term process, but it can be done. It can be done. Of course, you are critical about neoliberalism, you are critical about capitalism. Yeah, to a certain extent, yes. But on the other hand, we also see that big companies are changing. They do too little, they are too slow, absolutely agree. But there is a shift because they realize we cannot continue like this. We cannot continue like this. Let me give 1 example. I'm not expert on that. I'm not expert on that. But I think, but correct me if I'm wrong, the Muhammadiyah had a program called the Constitutional Jihad, protesting against the water industry. The privatization of water industry, and they won. They won. So that means, yes, if the will is there and the commitment is there, you can change. You can change. It's simply a matter of legislation. You know, in the European Union, there is a law in 2050 plastic free. That means if I'm an entrepreneur, if I'm a businessman, I anticipate. Yeah, new economy, green technology. We don't want plastic, we want something else. So if I want to make money for myself, I have nothing against earning money. When you are a businessman, that's your preference. But do it in a fair, honest, and just way. So, but okay, that is my worldview. That is that is my maybe my bias. I think it can be done, and there are examples that it can be done. The third question, counseling. I'm really not expert on counseling, so I find it very difficult to comment on that. But let me just what I know. I'm not an expert on that, but Yeah, during the pandemic, indeed, there were many young people depressed, even many suicides. The number of suicides raised. Yeah, what the government tried to do is to soften the conditions by giving loans to people and so on and so on. And yeah, I think for depressed people, it is very difficult maybe to change their mind, but you can at least create some of the conditions that cause the depression. Practical theology, that was a question. Yeah, practical theology is basically about the closing the gap between norms and practices. And what we normally see, for example, you have a lot of lawmaking on a variety of issues, top down. You start from the Quran and from the Sunnah and all complicated procedures to come to law. And you can also go the other way around. And what is the actual values or the norms that people have? And from there, you can start to theologize what type of theology can justify or legitimate the already existing values. And of course, then you come to the Quran or to the Sunnah or whatever source you have. So basically, we call it empirical theology. It is not a theology that comes from scholarly activity, but basically it's what you do from grassroots, from your own experience, and then that is the starting point for your reflection. And of course, as the theologian, you would go back to the Quran or the Sunnah, but it is not just applying norms from the Sunnah or the Quran, but really the other way around. Look what is going on, and how can I look at that practice from the perspective of my theology background. Proselytizing about in Catholicism and Islam. Well, I said, Kiai Ulil said already, in most Protestant denominations, mission was about proselytization. However, there was also always another trend. That's what you said was the dominant trend. But we also had people like Charles de Foucault, who had the ministry of presence. He was working in Algeria, priest, never converted any priest, said, okay, if people are interested, they will come. But and just what you said, I invite them to my house, and we have a meal together, and he never converted in that sense. He never baptized the person, but it was simply, okay, this is the gospel value that I live, and I witness. Maybe that is a better term. He said, I don't convert, I don't preach, I don't propagate, I witness. This is who I am, and I live the gospel in the way I am. And it's up to you to decide whether you follow or not. So yes, you are right. That aggressive type of proselytization, that was the mainstream, but the whole history of Christianity. You also see that there are other persons, minorities, who say, but that is not the way Jesus taught us to do. Maybe to close, there is a document written by the Pope, the leader of the Catholic Church, it's called Laudato Si, and he said you don't need to do away with conversion, but he speaks about ecological conversion. So you can also understand, yes, dawah is about conversion, but it is not a narrow understanding of conversion. It is about an ecological conversion. It is a big, broader. So you can just say, oh yeah, dawah is about conversion. We have to change. We have to convert. But it is not converting you to my point of view. It is converting to a much broader challenge of inviting people to do something about global challenges. I think I responded to the questions.
Thank you so much, Professor Hussein. Now, let's hear some response from Kiai Haji Ulil Absar about the questions raised by the attendants. For Kiai Haji Ulil Absar, time's yours.
The first question was about the stagnation in da'wah movement in the grassroots level, among the people in the village. Yeah. This is something that everybody knows well, that the practice of da'wah in the grassroots level, you know, is still continuing the type of the da'wah that we see in the past, the old type of da'wah. And this is normal because the challenge in the village is not that much. I mean, there are some challenges in the village, but it is limited. So I think the shifting in the da'wah movement activities also correlates, or is influenced by the shifting challenges in the society in general. If you live in society that is so dynamic, full of challenges, then the da'wah method would shift as well as a response. If you live in more stagnant society, in a closed society, in remote areas, in the villages, where you see few challenges in society, people live naturally, there is no challenges, there is no big change in society, then the da'wah, will follow the old type of da'wah. Da'wah is stagnant. So I think the shift of the da'wah, the shift of the method in da'wah has correlated with the shift in society in general. That's why if you live in big cities, in urban areas like Jakarta or other big cities, then there is a need for a new da'wah, because you encounter a new situation. You cannot maintain the old type of the da'wah, because if you continue this old da'wah and do not respond to the new situation, that people won't listen to you. People will not listen to you, and the da'wah will be not effective. So I think this is a common sense. Ya, ini jadi dakwah itu biasanya akan berkembang kalau kita hidup dalam situasi dalam masyarakat yang dinamis. Kalau kita hidup di masyarakat yang statis, ya, seperti di pedesaan misalnya, tidak ada kebutuhan yang mendesak untuk mengembangkan model dakwah baru sebetulnya, karena tantangannya juga tidak banyak. Jadi dakwah itu berkembang, metodenya juga sesuai dengan tantangan yang dihadapi. Karena itu tantangan dakwah yang paling besar adalah di tempat-tempat di mana di situ ada keragaman yang ekstrim. So if you live in a society where you have diversity in there, you have diversity in faith, you have diversity in cultures, you have diversity in ethnicity, then you need to develop a new type of da'wah. Because if you maintain an old type of da'wah that people always do in homogeneous society, then the da'wah will not be effective. Nah, dan menurut saya yaitu di dakwah di dalam masyarakat yang statis ya memang cenderung akan statis, tapi dakwah di dalam masyarakat yang dinamis akan juga terpaksa menjadi dinamis itu. Nah, salah satu tantangan terbesar dakwah hari-hari ini adalah karena kita berhadapan dengan corak perkembangan baru yang tidak pernah kita hadapi di dalam situasi yang lama. Saya ambil contoh misalnya, ada masalah-masalah yang tidak mungkin difikirkan dulu. Misalnya kita berhadapan dengan munculnya kelompok-kelompok misalnya LGBT. Kalau Anda hidup di pedesaan di Kudus mungkin tidak ada masalah. Tapi begitu Anda berpindah tempat dan tinggal di kota-kota besar di mana ada tantangan seperti ini, Anda harus berpikir ulang. Karena itu menurut saya dakwah ini sebagai praktek ya, memang harus melihat situasi di mana kita hidup itu. Mungkin kalau kita hidup di masyarakat yang homogen seperti di Kudus misalnya, kita bisa berpegang kepada ajaran-ajaran Islam yang tradisional. Begitu kita berhadapan dengan situasi baru, di situ kita membutuhkan pemikiran-pemikiran para pembaharu Muslim. Di tempat-tempat di mana tidak ada keragaman, itu kita nggak butuh ide-idenya Gus Dur atau Cak Nur atau segala macam. Begitu kita hidup di Jakarta, nggak bisa Anda menggunakan cara berpikir atau model dakwah yang lama, nggak bisa sekali. So dakwah should be responsive to the situation where you live. If you live in a very diverse society with a very, with an extreme diversity, then you have to develop a new approach to the dakwah. So you cannot stick to the traditional type of the dakwah. And this, in this situation, in this context, you need an assistance from the pembaharu Muslim, from the Muslim pembaharu's ideas and thought, yeah, like Gus Dur and Cak Nur and so forth. You need them in order to deal with this situation, ya. Karena itu menurut saya Anda boleh tidak setuju dengan gagasan-gagasan pembaharuan yang kontroversial. Tapi pada saatnya Anda butuh itu. Karena gagasan pembaharuan itu sebetulnya mereka itu membayangkan situasi jauh di masa depan. Itu persis seperti keberadaan kaul-kaul yang tidak populer di dalam fikih. Di dalam fikih itu selalu ada namanya kaul syadz atau kaul yang tidak populer karena melawan pendapat yang dominan. Nah, pendapat-pendapat yang seperti ini di dalam fikih itu tidak dipakai dalam situasi normal. Begitu Anda menghadapi situasi baru, Anda butuh itu. Karena itu saya ingat salah satu cerita dari teman yang dia belajar di pondok pesantren Lirboyo. Kiai Idris Marzuki atau Kiai Marzuki sepertinya ya. Kiai Marzuki pernah berkata begini. Kalau kita belajar kitab fikih seperti kitab Mahalli misalnya atau kitab-kitab fikih yang mendalam pembahasannya, itu di sana akan kita temukan kaul-kaul atau pendapat yang tanda kutip aneh. Nah, kata Kiai Marzuki, kaul-kaul yang aneh ini ya kita pelajari saja sebagai pengetahuan. Tapi kalau situasinya datang, kita butuh itu. Dalam situasi normal kita nggak butuh pendapatnya Cak Nur tentang pernikahan beda agama misalnya. Begitu situasinya muncul, Anda butuh itu. Jadi dalam situasi normal mungkin kita nggak usah pakai itu. Tapi dalam situasi yang khusus, dan situasi khusus itu makin sering terjadi di dalam masyarakat yang beragam itu. Kita butuh itu. Jadi dakwah movement or dakwah activities is or should be dynamic, cannot be static and stagnant. You have to be aware about the evolution of the society. You have to be aware about the new challenges. If you ignore the new challenges that emerge in our society, then the da'wah will be dead. Da'wah cannot resonate with the situation. Nah, sebagai penutup, saya ingin menekankan bahwa dakwah ini meskipun berkembang terus metodenya ya, tetapi menurut saya kita tetap harus punya sesuatu yang kita pegangi sebagai kaidah dasar. Dan di sini yang ingin saya tekankan bahwa ada tradisi yang tetap harus dipertahankan, yaitu nilai-nilai dasar di dalam Islam, ajaran-ajaran pokok yang kita yakini ini benar, dan kita terus pertahankan itu, apapun perubahannya. Ya, apapun perubahannya. Nah, cuma di dalam mendakwahkan nilai-nilai yang bersifat tetap ini, yang bersifat permanen ini di dalam situasi yang baru, kita tidak bisa mengabaikan perkembangan atau perubahan-perubahan sosial itu. Karena itu tantangan seorang dai adalah terus mengupdate dirinya dengan pendekatan-pendekatan yang baru, bacaan-bacaan yang baru itu. Saya tidak menganjurkan Anda menjadi pendai yang atau dakwah yang orientasinya itu adalah, kalau pakai istilahnya Dr. Azhar Ibrahim tadi, dakwah yang yang denouncing itu ya, dakwah yang mengutuk. Jadi setiap ada perkembangan yang kita anggap salah, kita kutuk itu. Nah, ini pendekatan dalam dakwah yang juga masih kita lihat dalam sebagian masyarakat Muslim. Tetapi kita perlu mengembangkan pendekatan yang lebih memahami. Misalnya begini, ini cepat atau lambat, umat Islam ini Mas Afnan yang hidup di Belanda pasti mengalami itu. Munculnya kelompok-kelompok LGBT yang makin banyak. Atau kelompok-kelompok yang bahkan anti agama sama sekali. Yang tidak percaya Tuhan dan mempromosikan ketidakpercayaan kepada Tuhan. Itu situasi yang cepat atau lambat Anda akan hadapi kalau hidup dalam konteks kota-kota besar, di mana masyarakat makin beragam. Nah, kita bagaimana menghadapi hal itu? Kalau soal dakwah membuat orang Islam soleh itu gampang. Itu dakwah lama ya. Tapi Anda menghadapi situasi baru yang tidak ada dalam situasi yang lama. Misalnya tadi itu, bagaimana menghadapi isu LGBT? Bagaimana kalau ada orang LGBT mendirikan masjid khusus untuk LGBT? Sekarang di Amerika sudah ada a mosque for gay and lesbian. Di Eropa juga sudah ada, bahkan ada imamnya, ada chaplainnya. Itu ya. Gimana itu ya? Kan nggak bisa kita terus, wah ini salah menurut ajaran Islam karena hadisnya begini-begini. Ya monggo saja kalau Anda mau mengikuti cara seperti itu, tapi pasti nggak akan didengarkan orang. Makin ke sini, makin Anda harus simpati kepada perubahan itu, tanpa kehilangan jangkar di dalam tradisi kita. Jadi kita tetap berpegang kepada tradisi, tapi memahami perubahan. Nah, ini tidak semua orang siap. Makanya menurut saya tantangan yang paling berat menjadi seorang pendai di dalam era modern sekarang ini adalah menyiapkan para dai yang siap berubah setiap saat itu. Karena situasi tidak pernah pasti. Jadi kesiapan untuk menerima perubahan tanpa harus mengesahkan semua perubahan, karena harus dibedakan antara memahami perubahan dan melegitimasi perubahan, karena tidak semua perubahan itu bisa legitimate. Jadi semua perubahan itu harus dimengerti, difahami dulu. Nah, saya kira salah satu warisan terpenting dari Wali Songo itu menurut saya adalah memahami keadaan itu, tanpa denouncing, tanpa mengutuk dan mengutuk situasi itu. Itu menurut saya warisan terpenting dari Wali Songo, yaitu memahami situasi tanpa harus melegitimasi situasi itu. Kalau situasi ini sesuai dengan ajaran Islam yang kita yakini, kita legitimasi. Tapi kalau tidak, kita carikan cara untuk melakukan dakwah sesuai dengan konteks itu. Nah, ini yang perlu kita kembangkan ke depan, dan itu membutuhkan beberapa alat-alat bantu yang beragam. Karena itu bacaan-bacaan terhadap ilmu-ilmu sosial baru itu menjadi penting. Jadi kalau istilahnya Pak Kunto Wijoyo, Islam itu harus mengalami objektifikasi. Itu istilahnya Pak Kunto, bagus sekali itu. Jadi Islam itu semula ajaran yang ada di dalam pikiran kita, yang kita pelajari, kita internalisir di dalam pikiran. Tapi kemudian Islam ini sebagai ajaran harus diobjektifikasi. Objektifikasi artinya dia harus menjadi sesuatu yang objektif di luar sana. Nah, kalau Islam mau menjadi objektif, dia harus siap untuk dikritik, untuk bersaing dengan bentuk-bentuk tawaran-tawaran lain di luar Islam. Ada bentuk-bentuk, ada ada ide-ide yang lain yang juga mengalami objektifikasi dalam masyarakat. Nah, Islam harus bertanding dengan itu. Anda nggak bisa mengatakan karena ini Islam berasal dari Allah pasti benar dan harus ya'lu wala yu'la alaih, itu nggak bisa itu. Hanya karena Anda yakin ini wahyu dari Allah maka dia harus menang, itu nggak bisa. Karena begitu Islam menjadi fenomena objektif, dia harus bersaing dengan hal-hal lain yang juga objektif itu. Ada tawaran-tawaran dari ide-ide lain yang tidak berasal dari Islam, tapi mereka lebih efektif di dalam masyarakat, mereka lebih menang. Ya Anda harus mengakui itu gitu. Itu namanya objektifikasi Islam itu. Saya kira saya nggak bisa berlama-lama, saya nggak bisa menjawab. Tadi ada pertanyaan soal banalisasi dakwah, saya nggak tahu maksudnya apa. Mungkin maksudnya adalah kalau Islam itu didakwakan sesuai dengan perkembangan zaman, apakah tidak mengalami kemerosotan dari sudut substansinya? Kok Islam terus berubah itu gimana? Menurut saya tidak. Yang berubah itu adalah cara kita mendekati masalah sebetulnya. Dalam pendekatan terhadap masalah. Kontennya itu tetap sama seperti dulu itu. Kalau kita mengikuti akidahnya atau corak berpikir dalam akidah yang dominan di kalangan umat Islam di Indonesia, yaitu akidah Asy'ariyah, salah satu ciri akidah Asy'ariyah adalah akidah ini itu akidah yang kontennya itu adalah akidahnya para salaf, orang-orang zaman dulu, cuma dari segi metodologinya mengadopsi metode baru, yaitu yang disebut dengan metode al-mutaakhirin itu. Menggunakan metode yang rasional, menggunakan metode yang lebih logis, tetapi ajaran yang didakwahkan, yang dipegang tetap ajaran lama itu. Saya kira kalau kita belajar dari teori akidah Asy'ariyah di dalam berakidah ini, itu pas sekali. Yang kita pegang adalah nilai-nilai lama, tetapi metode kita mengembangkan nilai-nilai ini di masyarakat itu harus sensitif terhadap perkembangan baru. Nah, kita nggak bisa hanya karena kita percaya ini ajaran kiai sudah pasti benar, kita nggak mau peduli masyarakat mau bilang apa, ya harus kita dakwahkan. Nah, itu nggak bisa itu. Kita harus tetap mengembangkan nilai-nilai ini dengan pendekatan-pendekatan yang lebih beragam. Kita harus belajar ilmu antropologi, ilmu sosiologi, ilmu ekonomi pembangunan, ilmu sejarah, ilmu politik, itu semua harus kita kuasai. Karena kalau enggak ya Islam akan menjadi pesan yang susah dikomunikasikan kepada publik modern. Apalagi sekarang kita masuk di dalam era digital society, di mana tantangan-tantangan dalam digital society ini juga berat sekali. Ya. Nah, bagaimana mengembangkan pesan-pesan dakwah di dalam digital society ini? Saya kira itu. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Matur nuwun Gus Ulil atas pemaparannya, and thank you very much for Professor Dr. Wijsen for the insight. And the next session will be giving token of appreciation for our respective speakers. So for Professor Dr. Wijsen and K. Haji Ulil Absor, would you please to stand forward, and for Ibu Dr. Siti Maleha Dewi as the Dean of Faculty of Dakwah and Islamic Communication, would you please to give the token of appreciation? And the next session will be taking photograph with our respective speakers. So would you please start? Okay, now from Bu Fatma and Bu Maleha to Gus Ulil, Ki Haji Ulil Absar. Prof, please come closer. Okay, certificate and token of appreciation. Next agenda is taking photograph together. So for all the Dean of the Faculty of Dawah and Islamic Communication and all the Vice Dean and the lecturers of Faculty Dawah and Islamic Communication, as well as the presenter, please come forward to take picture together. Would you please to get closer? Pak Nur Said, monggo. Mbak Muda, monggo. Vibes-nya tes agama.